Welcome to this free Blender character creation beginners course. During this 4-hour tutorial, you will be learning all the basics of character creation in Blender. If you would like to learn everything about designing 3D characters like a pro, head to skillademia.com and get access to the full course. Now, let's begin.
What's up, guys? Are you an individual who is driven to improve your 3D character work utilizing Blender in your pipeline? Well, you are at the right place, my friend. Welcome to the 3D character development with Blender course. In this course, we will cover the whole pipeline in developing a character in real time for games and also cover some tips for developing characters for cinematics. My name is Kenray Barnabas, and I will be your instructor for this course. I am a 3D generalist with over 8 years of practice in this field, including over 6 years of professional experience working in architectural visualization, products, and trade shows. Along with my background in 3D, I also have experience in asset development for games, such as environments, props, and my favorite, characters. Character development has been a passion ever since I can remember, and with my traditional art skills, these have transferred to my 3D work. As we all know, 3D involves a lot of technical trial and errors, so in this course, we will tackle all those trial and errors in real time together. And we're going to discuss school of thoughts you, as an artist, can apply in your development stages. After this course, I hope you will have gained some extra boost in your knowledge and confidence when you're approaching the development stages, and have learned new methods in getting the best results as possible in your character work using Blender. This course level is intended for beginner and intermediate level, so if you have not done any character work in Blender, you should be able to go through this course just fine. And by the end of this course, you will have all the knowledge of creating a 3D character fully using Blender. So we'll also cover a lot of the UI in Blender and some of the navigation, along with some other tools such as Krita, which is pretty similar to Photoshop, and also PureRef that we'll use to gather our references. So we'll cover all these tools that will help you utilize them during our development stages. And then we'll also discuss some industry standard tools such as ZBrush and Substance Painter that I highly recommend you expanding your knowledge and skills on. We will also discuss best practices and approach methods you can use in your character development, but we'll also include different approaches that you can also consider as you are developing. I'm excited to share my experience and knowledge with you, and I sincerely hope you get the best results out of this course. So the character of choice that we will be doing for this course is going to be an elf, and I want to create like an elf warrior type character that we can sort of picture in the realm of World of Warcraft. There's going to be some Blizzard inspiration coming from this as well, but we're also going to try to make this more so a AAA quality character for games. Alright guys, let's get started. Alright guys, so let's start gathering references for our elf character. So to gather references, I will be using a tool called PureRef. PureRef is a free software you can download from their website. If you go to pureref.com, you'll be directed here. You can either click Get PureRef or the download button up here. Either one will direct you to the same download page. So once we are here, the first section will give you a choice of operating systems. Go ahead and choose your respective operating system and then proceed to the second section. Here we'll select the amount we want to donate. Now I'm not going to try to convince you or encourage you to donate to the developers, although it would be nice, but it is completely up to you whenever you want to donate. If you want to donate now or later, completely up to you. So go ahead and select custom amount. If you want to get it for free, you simply change the custom amount to 0. And when you scroll down to the third section, you'll see that the total is free. So after that, click on download and it'll start running the download for the installer. And when the installer is done downloading, go ahead and run the installer so you can get PureRef downloaded on your computer and running. So once we have PureRef downloaded, go ahead and start it up. When PureRef is running on your computer, you should see something like this. We will have a blank canvas to start with, and here we can start dropping in images to build up our reference board. So how do we start placing images in PureRef? Well, it's really simple. We can either look up images straight out of Google Images, or you can look up reference images on any platform that you prefer. I'm just going to stick with Google, and I'm going to first type in elf and lizard because that's the kind of style that I'm trying to go for, but making it a little more semi-realistic. And the character that I will be doing is an elf, and I want to do a male elf character. So I'm going to start looking for some images that I like and placing it on my PureRef board. This one's pretty cool. So the way we drop images in is simply left clicking on the image and dragging it over to PureRef. And when you let go, it'll place it on the board. So now we can continue to build up our reference board and just trying to find as much images that I like as I can on Google, and then I will later try to narrow down the references to develop my main board for inspiration. So for this elf character, I want something that, has that typical long elf hair, but something with a nice armor and with some intricate details on the armor as well. Nothing too complex, but nothing too simple. Somewhere in between, but I'll try to keep it as friendly as I can for the beginners as well. So in this stage, we pretty much just have like a generic idea of what we want. And the nice thing about gathering references is that we can use these references to direct and guide our design choices. Like this one's pretty nice. So this stage is more so just going through and just building up your reference board. And you can take however long you want. No rush, and just take your time. If you already do have a reference board all set up, you can go ahead and proceed with the next next part of this course. But if you want to gather your references along with me, that's completely fine as well. In this video, I just mainly want to show you in real time my process of collecting images and share some of my thought process with you. Some of you might find this useful, especially maybe if you are starting out and you're a beginner. But for those who are more so intermediate level, please feel free to move on to the next video. So when gathering references, it's important to keep in mind that these images belong to other artists or other companies. So when you're starting your concept for your own character, you want to try to keep it your own as you can. And when I say keep it as your own, I mean don't try to copy a specific design one-to-one, or make it obviously like based off of a specific concept. But take these concepts and just kind of incorporate the aesthetics that you like from what you are looking at, and incorporate it into your own design. Another good place to look for references is ArtStation. ArtStation, and if you are a 3D artist and you're an intermediate level or you're beginning, ArtStation is a great resource, and it's actually a really good platform to build up your portfolio. And it's actually recommended. And one of the great things about ArtStation is that ArtStation has a website building feature where you can build your own website, and that website will be connected with ArtStation. So one of the great things is that whenever you upload a new portfolio piece or new work piece on your ArtStation, that'll automatically be uploaded and visible in your website. But again, you can use any platform that you prefer when you are gathering references. This one is pretty nice. Definitely reminds me of the Lord of the Rings kind of style. And the amount of references that we are gathering, there's not really any number of the number of references that I'm trying to aim for. I'm just trying to pick out as much images until I feel comfortable or I feel like I have enough to start with. Right now, I'm feeling like I could get a little more. But for something like this, if you already kind of know what you're trying to achieve, then this amount of references is completely fine as well. Just remember to try to make these references your own, or these designs your own, whenever you are doing your concept piece. So I think I have a good amount of references for the face. So I'm going to try to focus more on the armor. I mean, there are some armors here, but I want to pick out a little more. I want to see if I can find a little more unique designs that I can draw some inspiration from. Sometimes finding references can be a little time consuming. I tend to get a little nitpicky, but please don't feel like you have to find those right images. In this stage, you're just picking out whatever image that you see and you like. These are some really good designs right here. This one is done by Neregus, by Tautas. Hopefully I'm not butchering that. Probably am. But something like this is really complex, so we're gonna avoid that. This is actually pretty complex as well. But I could also just keep it for reference and inspiration. But my main goal for the design is to try to have it more in between in terms of design complexity. I think this is starting to stray away from the elf designs, really. So I'm gonna move on and see if I can find something else. This is pretty cool right here. That is the same image. All right, I think I'm gonna gather a few more references, and then we can go over some of the basic functions that you can do in PureRef. That is the same image as the last one I dropped in. This one looks more of like a sorcerer type. We also want to think about the like what kind of elf we want our character to be. So like what kind of weapons do we think that we want to have weapons with this elf character, or is it gonna be a sorcerer? So we can look up some weapon concepts, so we can add that to our collection here, and then I think we can call that good. And again, this isn't really final or anything. I'm always finding myself coming back and throughout the process of development and looking for more references. And actually, one of the most important things when we're looking for references, especially when we're working on a humanoid character, we want to have some anatomy references as well. Now, I am not sure how what level you are in terms of anatomy, but it's always good to have some of that on the side as well. We're going to gather some references for weapons, and I am going with a bow and arrow for our elf, and then I will gather some anatomy references, and then we will jump over to PureRef. And again, remember, these references are just going to be for inspiration, to help us kind of direct how we want to design our own concept. So nothing should be one-to-one or exact to a specific image. Unless you're doing a tribute, like a fan art of something, then it's fine. But if you're going to create, if you're going to try to create an original, quote unquote, original piece, you got to make sure that it's your own design. All right, I think that's enough there. I like these bows. And for the arrow, the arrow isn't something that I necessarily need a concept for or a reference for. But it would be nice to have at least something to at least know in terms of how an arrow is structured or put together. but I mean it's pretty it's pretty general knowledge on how an arrow should look like. But if you are not familiar with, if you are planning to build something and you're not familiar with how that certain thing is built or how it functions, always gather references for it. I mean, even if you are familiar with how a certain thing is built, sometimes gathering references can also make you realize that there's some unique designs out there. Like this one, I liked this little detail back here. And compared to this one, these are pretty flat. Like there's nothing really interesting going on in the back right here. And versus this one where it has these little loops going around. Alright, so I'm going to start looking for some anatomy references. So what we want for anatomy references is we want something that gives us a general information on where specific landmarks are in terms of muscle anatomy. And just something that can help you indicate where specific muscles are and how they are structured. So for this character, we're going to be doing more of a fantasy character, and the reason why I picked a fantasy character is because with fantasy characters or humanoids, we can kind of cheat the anatomy because they are fantasy. We can kind of cheat the anatomy a little bit and kind of exaggerate certain areas. So it doesn't have to be 100% accurate in terms of proportion. And it doesn't have to be 100% accurate to real world anatomical structures. And it's good to know the names of some of these. This image is a little blurry, but it's good to get familiar with the names of some of the muscle groups or specific muscles. Because once you start practicing your anatomy and you get familiar with the names and you continue to practice it, it'll become like a mental library that you can just, it'll just come to you like second nature when you're sculpting out an anatomy piece or your base model for a humanoid character. All right, I'm gonna call this reference board good. So just to go over some of the basic functions we can do in PureRef is, so we're pretty limited to the editing capabilities for these images. Like we can't really do custom edits to these images. We're limited to rotating, scaling, and just moving. But we can also group some of these, and then we can also create some notes. So if we press Control N, we'll create a little note text here, and you can say whatever the specific collection is, just to try to organize things further for yourself. But like I said, this isn't really, I don't really consider consider the reference collection phase as like final. Whenever you're collecting references, it's more so going to happen throughout the process. But collecting references in the beginning just gives us a kickstart on the design that we're trying to go for, so that we can create our own concept inspired by whatever designs we have collected here. All right, so we're going to start. We're going actually let me mention one more thing. So another thing you can do in PureRef is you can align things. So if you hold down Control and on your directional keys, your left, right, up, and down, you can align your images on whichever direction you press. So if I select these and I hold Control and press the left key, it'll move everything and align it to the left. If I press up, it'll align everything up, and then so on and so forth. So that's a neat little thing you can do when you're organizing your references in PureRef. All right, so that's it for this one. In the next video, we are gonna dive into our mini collection of references here, and we're gonna start kind of thinking about the design that we want to consider as our inspiration designs. All right, I'll see you then, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. So in the last video, we started collecting images from Google and ArtStation so we can start building up our reference board in PureRef. The amount of references that you gather is really up to self-preference, but to keep things a little more simple and easier to look at, we have a good amount to start with. The goal in this video is that we're going to kind of break apart our collection here and just pick out the images that we like the most, that resonates with how we are feeling about what we want to design, and use those favorite images as our main inspiration board. Everything else we can keep on the side as extra images to look at when we need additional references. Now let's start breaking apart our images here so we can build up our main board of inspiration. So I'm going to start here, and I'm going to actually make this cover my entire screen. So to move the canvas, you can right click on your mouse and hold, and then you can move the canvas around. You can also move inside the canvas if you middle mouse click and drag around, or you can do Alt left click and drag around. Just easy navigation for your reference. I think I had forgotten to mention that in the previous video, but just wanted to get that covered in case you had not figured that out yet. So we can make this cover the entire screen if we do Control and F. And we can also have this floating above the window or always be on top if we do Control Shift and A. You'll see a little notification that'll pop up that it has been enabled or disabled. To disable it, it's the same hotkeys. So I'm going to enable this again, Control Shift A, and you'll see that always on top is enabled. Now I'm going to do Control F to expand the screen so that it covers my entire monitor. Alright, so I'm going to start out with these references. So we made some notes here, and I'll just drop some notes here as well. Remember, the hotkey for that is Control N, and I'll just organize things for the sake of organization. So something like that. And actually we do have some armor images that we can, well, the one with the axe, we can keep that separate. Actually, let's drag this up here too. Because if we look at these references, we'll see that these images, some of them have weapons included in as well. So we'll keep these as a separate collection for now. And now let's start thinking about which pieces we like the most out of this collection right here. So for the elf that I want to design, I'm thinking something that's more in between of complex and simple. So something that's interesting to look at, but it's not too complex and it's not too simple, and something interesting. So I really like the design on this one right here. And so I'm going to drag this one out actually. What I like to do is drag it out and just basically build up another board. And then I'll give it a note saying like main inspiration. Like so. So we picked out our first image here, and so I think the armor that we're going to do is we'll have some scales in it as well, and our elf character is going to be a warrior type, so we'll have some scales on the armor and maybe some skulls, or something that's a little more elegant maybe, and then some of this kind of swirl pattern here. But we have other references that we can look at. And this one is actually, I really like this one actually. So I'm going to drop this one here too. And let's see. I do like this concept here. I like how he is wearing armor, but it's not covering his entire body. We can do some anatomy work and show off some anatomy on our character as well. So maybe we'll do some like this, and sort of a combination of this sort of design. So maybe we'll have like the shoulder pad armors, this kind of design, but with this kind of look with this kind of design, if that makes sense. So I'm going to drop this guy over here as well. And I do like how, I think for if we're going to do something that's showing a little more skin, we can either have boots or not. Right now I'm thinking maybe we'll just focus on the top half of his body, like the torso up to his head, as the bare skin part. Like we'll just have armor covering his shoulders, and then on the legs he'll be fully clothed, so he'll be wearing boots as well. So we don't really have any visible boots in these references, so we'll go back to our reference images here and see if there's anything that can go well. This actually looks nice. Actually, this piece looks nice. So if we take this piece and put it next to these, how would that look? We'll just keep that there. And maybe we can do something more like this, because this is a little more simpler. It's not too complicated in terms of the forms and shapes. We can do something like this, but bring in some of this concept of the golden edges around the edges of this, but make it a little more curvy. And we'll have those designs inside of the frame. So for the shoes, we'll do a combination of these two. And for the armor and the clothing, or the character in the anatomy, we'll do a combination of these. So I'll just make another note here. And just to reiterate, that is Control N. Alright, so now we have a main inspiration board. And then all these other stuff we can keep over here as additional content we can look at if needed. And I always like to try to keep things a little organized, just for my sanity. And remember to align things in PureRef, you can hold Control, and you can either press whichever directional key on your keyboard. So if you do left, it'll align everything to the left, up, up, right, right, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to organize these a little bit as well. And that's looking good. Actually, I'll bring my anatomy down here, because the anatomy is an important part of the first stages as well. Alright, so now that I have my main board of inspiration all set up, and my anatomy board down below, and the others on the side and all organized, I can start doing the concepting and thinking about the design. So now we have our references all gathered with our main inspiration set up, our anatomy, armors, and weapons. We can always gather more references further down the pipeline as we develop. But for now, I think we are at a good saving point, so I highly suggest that you save, and remember to save frequently so you don't lose any work. In the next video, we're going to start to dive into the development for the concept of our elf character. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have gathered all our references and have organized our reference board all across, including our main inspiration board, now we can start the concept and design phase. So before I start concepting, I want to talk about a couple things. First is the methods of concepting. So we can either do concepting in 3D, or we can do our concepting in 2D. For the purpose of this course and the audience this is intended for, I'm going to do it in 2D so that we can develop something quick and it'll be easier for our beginners to follow along as well. So we will be using a software to be doing our 2D concepting, and the software I'll be using is called Krita. Krita is a free software that you can download, and if you are very familiar with Photoshop, you should be able to get familiar with Krita very quick if you haven't already. If you don't have Krita, you can visit their website to download the software for free. Simply visit their website, krita.org, and once you are there, you can either click on Get Krita Now or the download button. Either one is fine. And then you click on the download installer. And then if under the all downloads version, you can see that they have different operating systems for whichever one you're running. So after you've downloaded the installer, go ahead and run it so you can get Krita running on your computer. So now that you have Krita downloaded and installed on your computer, go ahead and start running it. Once Krita is all loaded up, you should see something like this on your screen. Like I mentioned previously, if you're familiar with Photoshop, you should be able to get familiar with Krita fairly quick. But if you're not familiar with Photoshop, don't worry. Krita is a fairly user-friendly tool and beginner-friendly as well. To get started, click on New File, and you can either set your own custom document size, or you can pick out one of the templates that's been given. For this, I'm just going to pick out the US letter. 300 dpi is fine. And I'm going to hit Create. Now we have our canvas in front of us, and we should be able to get started on designing our character. Before we start designing, let's go over the basic UI of Krita. So on the left side, we have our tools, and here you will find all the tools that you can use to make changes on your canvas. You will find your pen, brush, transform tools, and lasso tools, etc. here. On the top left, we have our typical buttons that you will find on any software. And then below that, we have more so shortcuts for what's existing in these buttons. So we can create a new document, open, save, and then here should be undo, redo, and then our colors. And here we have our brush setting, where we can change the setting of our brush, brush palette, and blending modes for our brush. And then on the right of that, we have our eraser, opacity, size, and then symmetrical modes for vertical and horizontal. You'll notice when I hover over some of these buttons that it'll give you a hotkey associated with them. On the right side, the top right of our right panel, we have our color picker, and then below that we have our layers. So that pretty much covers the basics of the UI, and that's enough for us to get started and start drawing. And you can always go in and play around with some of these brush presets. Krita has some pretty interesting brushes that can create some really cool effects. So I highly encourage you to play around with these brushes and see what you can come up with for your design. Now let's go over the basic navigations in Krita. To pan around your canvas, hold the spacebar on your keyboard, and you'll see a little hand cursor pop up. Just click on the left button on your mouse and hold, and you should be able to pan around. To zoom in and out, simply use the wheel on your mouse. Scroll in to hit zoom in or out. And if you hold Control on your keyboard, that'll bring up the eyedropper so you can pick colors. And then D on your keyboard is to select the brush tool. And if you press E while you're on the brush tool, you'll select the eraser. And if you want to disable the eraser, simply press E again. Alright, so now that we have our basic navigations down, let's start concepting out our character. And to start, I'm going to drag in my reference board so I have something to look at while I am drawing out my concept. And I'm going to scale this down so it fits and I can see my canvas. And remember to enable the always on top mode for PureRef. Make sure you click on PureRef and then do Control-Shift-A. So if you do Control-Shift-A, that'll enable or disable it. So I just disabled mine, so I'm going to do it again, Control-Shift-A to enable it. Alright, so I'm going to zoom into my main inspiration board, and I'm going to start concepting the base layer of my character. Remember, we're going to be working with layers. So on the first layer, I'm going to do a quick sketch of the anatomy with the head, a full body anatomy. And then I can add more layers if I want to add like armors on top or hair, work in that sort of logic. Alright, so I will be using a pen and tablet because it's much easier for me to work with. And if you don't have a pen and tablet, you can attempt to use your mouse, but it will be a little difficult, so I highly suggest you get a pen and tablet. Alright, so I'm going to start sketching out the body of my character. So another hotkey for you, to increase or decrease the size of your brush, simply press the left bracket on your keyboard. To decrease, and to increase the size, it's the right bracket. This is similar to Photoshop. Photoshop's hotkey for resizing the brush. Alright, so the brush I am using is the default brush, and that's what the default looks like. But I'm going to erase that. And I'm going to start sketching out the body here. So for the sketch, typically you can do a T-pose for the sketch. So we would create a front view T-pose and then a side view T-pose. But for this, I'm not going to worry about that because when we start our 3D blocking phase, I'm going to be starting out with sculpting instead of box modeling. Alright, so I'm going to start sketching out the face here. And right now I'm not super worried about how the face looks. I just want to get the forms down and just to get the silhouette down first. And remember, so this elf is going to be a warrior type elf. So we want to make sure that he looks like a warrior and give him some muscles on the neck and give him some volume. We can make him look a little more agile looking. But for this, I'm going to keep it, give him as much volume as needed so that he looks muscular and intimidating. So in this phase, we can also go over some of the anatomy, but it does feel a little different once you are doing the 3D sculpting part of it. But sketching is one of the quickest way you can try to establish some anatomy studies. Whereas 3D, you're trying to focus on multiple views because it's 3D. You're constantly rotating the model, making sure that all sides are looking correct and the form is looking right. So this sketch here is pretty big, and we can rescale this later on. I like to start out big so I can get the general form of the top down, and then once I get to the legs, I'll scale this layer down so I can fit in some more space. So our elf here is looking pretty lean, and I'm not being perfect about it. Again, I'm just trying to get some basic representations down for my anatomy so I can start building up some of the armors and other attributes on top. And it's the same way with 3D. As you are starting out in the high poly sculpting phases, it'll always start out ugly. So you just have to keep on working on it, and as you progress, it'll start getting more refined and start looking a little more better and better. So I'm just laying out some basic landmarks. For this, I'm not really using my anatomy references because I have worked enough with anatomy that I've developed a sort of like a mental library that I can pull from. But of course I don't know all the anatomy parts regarding muscles. I just know the basic landmarks. But I often do find myself going back and looking up references on how certain muscle structures are set up, or how certain tissues are connected. Alright, so I think we are at a good point to start scaling this down so I can add the legs in. Okay. So to scale it down, you use the transform tool here. If you use this move tool, you'll only be able to move the layer itself, but you won't be able to transform the layer. If you want to transform it, just select the little transform tool right next to it, and you'll see you have your transform boxes appear. And now we can scale things down. If you want to uniform scale it down or up, you hold Shift on your keyboard, and that'll keep it proportional as you're scaling it down, or uniformed. So this is a good size for it. And we might need to make the shoulders a little bigger. Remember, this is going to be a fantasy character, so we can exaggerate some areas of the muscles. So the shoulders could probably be a little bigger. And you press enter. Once you're happy with the scale, press enter and it'll exit the transfer mode. So now I'm going to press D on my keyboard. Or actually it's B, I'm sorry. B for brush. And I'm going to zoom in a bit. So I'm going to start drawing out the legs here, and I'm going to make my brush a little smaller. So after I get my basic form down for my anatomy, I'm going to go over the overall shape and try to tweak some areas to see if I can exaggerate certain areas to give it a little more style, a stylized look. Just trying to get more of that Blizzard kind of style down. But we're gonna also keep in mind that we are more so intending this to be semi-realistic. And honestly, it already is looking semi-realistic in terms of the proportions. But I think we can have a little more fun with this and exaggerate some areas a little further. So for the feet, I'm just going to draw out a rough shape like that. Just a basic boot kind of shape. because remember, he's gonna be wearing pants and armors, so his bottom half is gonna be fully covered, and he's gonna be wearing boots. But on the top, I'm planning to have like something like this, where he's got a crest on, or a harness, and some shoulder armor. So that's the kind of look I want to try to go for. Maybe not symmetrical, so I'm going to try to keep things asymmetrical on mine. But this is generally the kind of look I'm going for, and then I'll do this kind of design on the armor. Honestly, the design on this one is really cool as well. But for the sake of demonstration, I will incorporate the design in this one. And yeah, I can always incorporate some of this design as well. Alright, so I'm going to draw the right leg here. So we are pretty close to being done with the base of our concept here. Again, nothing perfect. I'm not worried about that. I just want a rough sketch that I can use as a starting point for my 3D sculpting. So when we're trying to zoom out using a pen and tablet, I'm using the eyeglass to zoom out. And if you hold Control on your keyboard and tap on the canvas, you'll zoom out. You'll see the little plus sign switch to a minus to zoom out. And then if you let go of the control, it's zooming in. So I'm going to press B to go back to my brush. And so we have a pretty good looking base here. And now I think we can start thinking about where we can potentially exaggerate, or if needed, we can maybe give it a little more style in terms of the proportions. So like I can see right now that my ears could be a little more wavy. If we hover over this, okay, so it doesn't give us a hotkey. So normally in Photoshop, I do my concepting in Photoshop, but normally the zoom would be holding down the Z on your keyboard. But we can work with the eyeglass tool or the magnifier tool. So yeah, the ears of mine could be a little more curved down like this. And I can actually give it a little more volume as well. Alright, so that's a pretty good start. I think that's a good resting point there. In the next video, we will continue with building up our concept here, and I'll start on adding some additional layers and then tackling the stylized look for this. What's up, guys? Welcome back. So in the last video, we started our concept, and so we'll continue building up our concept in this video. And I will be tackling some of the stylization for the body. And then I'll continue to build up the additional attributes such as armors and clothing on separate layers. So I figured out that if you hold space and control, you can zoom in and out when you're using a pen and tablet. So that's just something I wanted to bring up because I know last video we were using the magnifier glass. by reaching over and selecting the tool. And now we can just use the hotkey to enable the magnifier glass. Again, that's Control and space. All right, so let's continue to edit our concept here. I'm going to widen the shoulders of mine because I can see in this one, I like how this one's, how this concept has the anatomy a little more exaggerated. Or maybe it's not exaggerated. I mean, there are some pretty muscular people out there. But I'm gonna give my character more volume. And something like this can always be added or tweaked during the 3D sculpting phase as well. Because the 3D sculpting phase is almost like a concept phase within itself. Because we are building up a rough, high poly sculpture of the character or the asset. And things can change as well during the 3D sculpting phase. So nothing in the concept means final. A concept is just a concept. But it's good to have concepts because it's taken away like extra steps that a 3D artist would have to take. I mean, there are 3D artists or concept artists that concept straight in 3D, and software such as ZBrush or even Blender. Blender has great sculpting tools, but yeah, the high poly sculpting phase is more so of a concept art phase within itself as well. So I'm trying not to get too caught up on making things look clean, but it can be really easy to get lost in the work sometimes. But I'm gonna try to focus on building up the anatomy here and the proportions. I'm gonna make his shoulders a little more wider, or bring his shoulders up a little more, because if we do that now, he's looking very buff. And I can also bring his latissimus muscles out a little further. Just like so. And for the hands, I have the hands closed. But I think I'm gonna keep my hands closed for the concept, because I'm looking at this one and I like how sort of uncivilized this one kind of looks. Like if you look at the hands and the fingernails, they're pretty long. So that's a cool feature that I could probably add on maybe the 3D model, but I'm sort of undecided on that. See, this is a good example of the concept just being a concept, because we can always add things or take away things in the 3D sculpting process. All right, so I think that's a good spot to stop working on the anatomy. And now I'm going to add another layer and start working on the armor pieces. So if we look at our armor pieces, so I want something like this, and I'm thinking what I could do is make this asymmetrical. Try not to, remember, we don't want to copy the design one for one, especially on intricate pieces like this. So we want to kind of base our design off the shape and the ornaments that are on this concept, but make it our own. So I'm going to come here to the layers. I'm going to add another layer, and we can add another layer by clicking the little arrow here, and we just want to add a paint layer. If we add a fill layer, the fill layer is going to add a color that's going to cover the entire layer. So we just want a paint layer because a paint layer has a transparent background. So now with the transparent background, we can build up our additional assets on top of this. All right, so I think for this one, I'm gonna have the shoulder armor on this side. And when I'm blocking this out, I'm gonna be doing a 3D block out of these two, so I might need to have another view of this, of assets like this, so I can see what it looks like on the other side as well. For something like this, we want to keep in mind that the both sides might not be the same, but I think this one in particular, the design on the back is going to be similar to what's on the front. At least we can make it that way for our design. And I noticed that I am getting a little too close to copying the design one for one. Like I had mentioned, it's easy to start copying someone else's work one for one, so you gotta be careful and watch out for that. So for this, I think I'm gonna try to add some of this kind of look to it. So I'm gonna incorporate this design with this one. Remember, I'm not looking for anything perfect. I just want a representation of what I'm trying to achieve. So all this concept work can also be improved in the 3D sculpting phase. We can even hide the under layers so we can just focus on the armor. This design has more of a feathery kind of form to it, or they look like wings, more so like the formation of wings with feathers layered on top of each other. So maybe that's something I can do for this. And at this point, I'm really just thinking about what I could do to incorporate some of these concepts in my design and make it my own. So it's gonna take a little time. So if concepting isn't really your thing, by all means, just take your time and try to come up with something that you like. Try to establish a good good concept before you move into the sculpting phase, just so you have something that's a little more that you can feel a little more comfortable working with. Because when you have a concept that's very rough and a little hard to read, then it can get a little frustrating, especially if you specialize in 3D sculpting or 3D modeling. But it's a good practice to develop your creativity bank, and in a quick way, really. But 3D sculpting can also be a pretty quick way to concept. It just depends on how familiar you are with the software and all the brushes and how to work in 3D. So right now this is looking okay-ish. You know, as long as we have something that we can start with. So right now what I have, it looks like I'm gonna have like feathers or maybe scales under it. Yeah, what I could do is have scales under these patterns. But I think these patterns could use a little more waviness to them. So I could add something up here too. There's a little spot up here that's kind of sitting upright. So maybe I could add something here too. So I add a little ornament piece here. And then all this could be reflected on the other side. For color, I can do some quick rough colors. Just drop in some base colors on these, and we can figure out materials as we progress further in the 3D development stage. But typically when you get a concept, you'll also receive like call outs to the type of materials that are going to be included in a specific asset. So say this concept art was from a concept artist who's much better than I am. they'll have the concept all colored and different views for you, and then they'll have some sketches of special attributes that are the most visible in scene, sketched out so you can see both sides or all sides of that attribute. And they'll have callouts to the type of material that that attribute will have. So that's the typical approach to how a team would work together with from a concept artist to a 3D artist. So it's a good work, teamwork pipeline, so that everyone is working cohesively together, and the back and forth is reduced. But having back and forth is hard to avoid, because there's always going to be other issues or questions that'll come up. So for the strap here, I'm gonna keep it sort of similar to the way that this is set up. What I can do is change how the buckle looks. So maybe instead of just a rectangular shape, maybe I can add, make it more of a curved, give it a curved look. And actually, all this would probably look better or more cohesive if it was all curved, so everything flows well together. So if I make these edges, these sharp edges, more curved, it'll flow along with all the little ornaments that are within the element. But that's sort of the workflow or thinking process that I'll try to follow for designing. And so I'm going to continue to build up the other attributes in the next video, and we will continue from there. Hey guys, welcome back. So in the last video, we started working on one of our attribute pieces here, and we are working on the design and trying to come up with a design that's our own, but inspired by our main references here. So in this video, we're going to continue to build up the attributes, including the armors and some of the clothings, and then we'll add in some colors to start color coding some of our assets. All right, so let's get started. So we left off on working on the strap here, and the strap was referencing this one, but here I'm going to make it a little different to make it my own. So for the center piece here, I think I'm going to do something that's a little more curvy. Maybe I'm going to do a leaf on it. So something like that. And maybe this leaf can have some sort of ornaments in it as well. So for all the intricate little details, we can actually do that in 3D as well. So this is just to give some indication that there's going to be some sort of detail in the center of our leaf piece here. And I'm actually going to make this piece bigger. So if I select my lasso tool here, I can select just the leaf, and then I can select my transform tool and scale it up a little bit. There we go. And to undo the lasso tool, all I did was just selecting my square selection tool and just tapping inside the lasso selection. Alright, so we have a leaf piece here, and so the strap is going to come down and just wrap around his torso here. So something like that. And I think that's a good spot for this. And now I want to start thinking about maybe like something, maybe an underlying piece that's underneath this shoulder pad. Because if this shoulder pad is sitting on the skin, that'll probably start rubbing on the skin and hurting him. So we want to have some sort of cushion below there. So we can just kind of add maybe like a worn leather type of material, or maybe fabric, thick fabric maybe. But actually, let's make this more of a cleaner piece. So I'm going to make this more of a cleaner piece, and it'll just come down and cover his arm like so. Oh, I accidentally deleted my layer there. So to undo, as you probably know, it's Control Z, and then redo, it's Control Shift Z, I believe. Yes, Control Shift Z to redo. Alright, so I'm just going to add a simple leather piece below the shoulder guard, the shoulder armor, and maybe give it a little decoration, have some sort of ornaments strapped to it, like some leaves or something like that, some metal leaves. So with this elf having metal leaves on him, we can assume that he's probably going to be like a wood elf or something. Alright, so now I'm going to start looking at other areas. So let's look at, should we add some gauntlets, maybe some forearm braces? Yeah, we can do that. So let's actually take a look at our other concept pieces. And I'm going to take a look at my main one here for the upper torso. So I like how this one has that forearm guard, and then underneath is some sort of a leather strap around this forearm as cushion and protection. So I want to do something like that. But I'm going to make my forearm piece ending at the wrist instead of going over the hand. So this is going to have, so this is the leather piece, and maybe I can do like an overlaying leather and then some bolts on it. And then I'll do the same on this side as well. But actually, we can actually just draw it on one side, and then in 3D, we'll just, or we can indicate it in our 2D concept that this will be on the other wrist as well. And in 3D, we can simply make one and then duplicate it to the other side. So as you've probably guessed, I'm also thinking about how I'm going to build this in 3D as I am sketching it out in 2D. It's kind of a thinking process that you'll get into once you have worked enough with 3D and you've built a level of comfort working on both mediums. It sort of becomes like second nature to you. So for the forearm brace, I'm just gonna have something like this, and then leather underneath that, and then the leather will have straps coming through with buckles, or instead of buckles, just a round sort of cylinder that'll hold it together. And it doesn't necessarily have to make sense. Like we can have like a buckle here that's more of a functional looking buckle, but it's a fantasy character and we can get away with some designs that doesn't necessarily make sense functionally. But typically when you are concepting a character with attributes, you want to also think of it sort of in a functional, sort of how it's going to be functional as well. But this is pretty close enough. This is good. So the forearm brace is gonna have some sort of design in the center as well, like we did with the shoulder guard. So something like this. Maybe it can come up like this, and then maybe in the center piece we can have another leaf looking piece. So that's a good look for our forearm guard there. And we got some cushions underneath the brace so that it's not, the metal or whatever material it is not resting on the skin, adding some protection there. And I'm just adding a little more decoration on this side. So we're gonna have some leaves hanging there. They're gonna be like metal pieces hanging here. All right, so now I think we can actually, before we move on, let's note that this will be duplicated here. So we can do that by just we can just add a note here and say forearm guard on left wrist as well. We can also draw a big arrow pointing to it. It's a concept art. That's the point of concept arts. All right, so I think we are at a good spot to start working on the bottom. And then after we are done with the bottom, we're gonna add some color coding and we should be pretty much done. Actually, maybe adding hair, and then we should be pretty much done with the concepting. And we can then proceed to go on to getting started in Blender. All right, so for the bottom half of the character, I want him to be fully clothed in the bottom, so that he's going to be wearing pants, he's going to be wearing boots, And we'll give him some sort of waist belt as well. Something that looks pretty cool and elvish. I think I like how this one has the scales on the waist. I think we can incorporate some of this scale on our waist belt or our waist guard. It's gonna be maybe like underneath the belt. But yeah, I think that'll look pretty cool. But instead of scales, maybe we can do leaves, just to stay in the same sort of flow of design that we have already established on the torso. Actually, for the bottom half, I'm going to create another paint layer. So I'm going to click on this little down arrow next to the plus button. I'm going to add paint layer. And you can name your paint layers as well, just for cleanliness. So we'll call this torso armor. Call this body base. And we'll call these leg armor. Alright, so let's start working on the bottom. So I'm going to add some of that. I'm going to incorporate this sort of waist guard design that's on this armor. And it's going to be covered by a belt. And maybe this belt can be a pretty thick belt. Something like this. And we can incorporate some of this wavy designs or these swirls that we have incorporated on the top, on the torso pieces. Something like that. And then maybe some leaves in the background of this. Again, it's not going to look pretty, but it's going to get the idea across, and we will know what to expect when we are going through our 3D sculpting phase. And we can also call these out too in the concept so that we don't miss it. It's good practice to call things out when you're concepting for an environment piece, character, anything really. Alright, so the belt is going to be like this, and then maybe in the middle we can do the buckle here, or the belt strap. This is more so of like a guard, like a waist guard or something like that. And then we can do the belt strap here, and have the straps end there with some loops, and maybe some sort of a skull. But a skull screams orcish to me, so, and this is enough. I don't want him to, I want him to look a little more, I wanted the design on his armor to be a little more elegant. So maybe we can do Another leaf. Well, maybe we could do layers of leaf on this. So something like that. And then maybe we can also add some studs on the strap. And that's sort of the look that I'm kind of thinking right now anyways. But it's a good start. So for the pants, I'm just going to do something simple. And maybe he'll just be wearing leather pants, and he'll have some sort of armor, some sort of hanging drapery. Alright, so he'll be wearing a leather pants. And it's going to end here where the boots are going to be. And we can extend this part down. Or actually, maybe we can make this more so of a more so a cloth piece. Something loose. But yeah, I'll continue to build out this cloth piece here, and we are almost done with the concept. In the next video, we should be done with it, and we'll start getting set up for the 3D development phase. Alright, I'll see you guys then. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video, we're going to aim to finish up the armors for the leg, and then we'll add some hair to our character and add some color coding in the end. After that, we should be all set with the concept art, and then we'll start getting set up for the 3D development stages. Alright, so let's get going on the leg armors and try to finish this part up. So last time we left off at the waist area, and I was going through and adding some sort of fabric around the waist, and this fabric is connected to the waist guard and the belt up here, so it's giving him that sort of a wild man look or something like that. And we can add some additional armors maybe over the fabric here. So let's see, we can add like a guard that'll go around the thigh here. And this guard is attached to the belt up here. And remember, this is going to be like a fantasy character, so it doesn't, not everything needs to make sense functionally. We have a little bit of freedom to be a little more creative with functionality. And then on this, I'll basically follow the same sort of design approach I've already established on the other pieces, where I have the edge trim here, and then I'll add some sort of ornament design, but keeping things fairly simple. And we can add the same kind of leaf design that we have on the other pieces as well underneath. So I can also just quickly note that this will be on the other side, just like I did for the forearm brace. So I'm just gonna draw a line here and add a note and say that this will be mirrored to the other side. Alright, so for the fabric, I think I want it to hang pretty low here. So actually, let's make the fabric sort of split in the back. So we're gonna have the fabric hang down on the side of his leg, and it'll split into 3 pieces, sort of like that. And then for the boot, if you remember, for the boot, I was gonna go for something like this, but incorporate some of these elements, design elements, on this configuration right here. So if we look at the boots, it has a knee guard, and this knee guard we can sort of keep it the same shape and bring it down like that. And we can bring down like a shin guard that'll just follow along. And I'm gonna add an edge here to indicate that this is gonna be like a sharper edge. And I will also add the same design elements. So something like that. And now if we look at this one, we can add some of that design that comes up the shin, like so. So something like that. And actually I'm gonna bring the armor down, the leg, the shin guards down like this to give him more curve. And then for the boots, or for the feet, I'll just add some plating on it, and we can keep the boot sort of like a metal material. Alright, so that's the general look I want to go for. And I like the cape this guy has. This one is a really cool design, but I think we are at a good spot to start adding some color coding. And for the weapons, we can sort of concept out something quick here. So the weapon, so we've already established that this elf is going to be in the wood elf tribe. So we want his bow and arrow, or his bow, to be to sort of relate to where he's from, or where he resides, or what clan he's in. So I'm gonna just draw a simple shape for the bow. Come down like this. And I'm just drawing a rough sketch here. Remember, these designs can change during the 3D development stages. But if you want to take your time on your concept art, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You can take as much time as you need until you are comfortable with what you have established on the concept, and then you can proceed to the 3D development stages when you are ready. So I'm going to add like a leaf ornaments on this as well. Everything's going to have leaves. So that's the look I'm going to go with for my bow and arrow, or for my bow. The arrow is going to be pretty generic. I did like how this one looks, so I'm going to do something like that. So the tip of the arrow, I'll give it a little more character. So something like that. Actually, maybe we should add some curve to it. Like this. Yeah, this flows along with the overall design. Everything has curves and waviness to it, and sort of a rounded feel to it as well. So these are going to be my feathers. So that's pretty much how the bow and arrow is going to look. And I'm going to actually scale this up just for my own reference. So if you want to add another selection in your lasso select, just hold shift, and that'll include that in your lasso selection. And now I'm going to go to my transform tool, and I'm just going to scale this up on the top just to make it a little more longer, so it kind of fits his proportion. Alright, so that's looking pretty good, and I'm going to add a quick note here that this will be mirrored for my reference. And now we can start on adding some basic hair. So I think I'm just gonna give him the generic long hair, but the color we can decide on that a little later, or we can decide that when we start color coding. Alright, so I'm liking how this is looking actually, and I think this is a pretty good amount of detail. We can add a little more, but it's a pretty good amount of detail for this character. This is starting to look like fire now, so maybe instead of that, maybe I'll have it coming up this way instead. Something like that. Still kind of looks like fire, but that's alright. That's looking cool. Could change later. Alright, so now let's start adding our colors, and the color portion is going to be very quick and dirty. So I like the color of this one and this one. So I'm going to add some of this purple onto the armors. And then I'll add some leather material as well. Alright, so I'm going to go select my purple color. And remember, this is going to be very rough. And I'm thinking the edges with all the swirls, those can remain white, or maybe we can make them some sort of a metallic silver. So I'm actually going to change the blending mode of my coloring layer to multiply. That way I can still have those line details underneath visible. And actually our color is pretty off here. Let's make it a little more purple. Give it more of a washed kind of purple. So I'm thinking this section of the armor is going to be pretty metallic. So the shoulder guards are going to be metallic. The arm brace or the forearm brace, this section is going to be metallic with the silver metallic edges. And so are these. So I'm feeling like the design overall is pretty consistent in the flow. And we can come up with something that looks pretty good and portfolio worthy. And for these, I can also add those leaf patterns behind these swirls, covering the purple section of the armors. And for the skin, I'm gonna give him more of a tan look. Something like that. Remember, this is going to be pretty quick and rough. I'm not looking for perfection in this stage. I'm just looking for a guideline and something to indicate what the design is going to be. We can add a little more shading to this. I like this brush because it's pretty soft and light. So we can paint over painted areas to darken it up and add a little more shadow so it's not so flat. But it's just something that you can do on the extra side of things. Alright, now I'm going to start coloring in my leather pieces. So this is going to be leather. And maybe I can make it a little more red. Yeah, give it a little more reddish brown tone. And remember, this pants, or this pant here, is gonna be leather. And we can add a little more character to the leather as well. Or a little more interest to the leather when we start texturing or when we are sculpting. And the fabric, I think I'm gonna make the fabric I'll give the fabric sort of a greenish look. Yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel about this, but it's all work in progress. We can always try things out. And if it doesn't look good, then we can try other colors. And for the hair for now, I'll just make it sort of a brownish red. Alright, so I think that's pretty good. This is looking pretty good, and I have a general idea of what the design is going to look like and what the colors are going to be. But again, this is all just work in progress, and things can change in the 3D development stage. And for the bow and arrow, I want the bow and arrow to be a wood color, and then the arrow I can make it sort of wood and add like feathers, and then maybe the tip of the arrow can be a silver or gold color. But we are pretty much done with the concepting, and in the next video we're gonna get started on setting up our software for the 3D development stage. The software we'll be using for 3D development is going to be Blender. So we'll dive into getting set up in Blender and going over the basic UIs for Blender. All right, I'll see you guys next time.
Hi again! Congrats on getting this far. I hope you're enjoying the course and already see great results. If you want to check out the extended version of the course, go to skillademia.com, where you will find our full Blender character creation beginner to advanced course with more than 150 lectures and many more projects to complete. Now, let's continue.
Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've finished up our concept for our elf character, let's go ahead and save this concept out as a JPEG, and also make sure you save your Krita file so you have it in store in case we need to come back. To save it as a Krita file, you can go to Save As, and then make sure you select the format KRZ, and then save it as that format. Now that we have our image and the Krita file saved, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drag the JPEG into my reference board on PureRef. And I can add a note up here saying my concept, and maybe separate this. Alright, so now that we have our concept on our reference board on PureRef, let's go ahead and start diving into the 3D development stage. So to start the 3D development stage, we're going to be using a software called Blender. Blender is a free open source 3D package that you can download from their website. If you visit blender.org, and you can go to their download page, and you can download the latest version. And they also have different versions for operating systems if you need so. So once the installer is downloaded, go ahead and run it so that Blender can be installed on your computer. After you've successfully downloaded Blender and installed it on your computer, go ahead and run it, and you should see something like this coming up on your screen. So what we're looking at right now is the default UI layout of Blender. So let's go over some basic navigation within Blender. So to rotate around the viewport, which is the center part with the grid, to rotate around, click and hold the middle mouse scroller or the middle mouse wheel button. Just press it down and hold. And you should be rotating around the 3D space. To pan around the view, hold down Shift on your keyboard and press down the middle mouse button again. And now you should be panning around the viewport. So to zoom in, you can either scroll in with the wheel, scroll in and out, or you can hold down Control, middle mouse click again, and then move your mouse in and out to zoom. So let's go over the Blender UI and how you can customize Blender to your own preference. So starting in the middle here, where we see the grid, this is what's called the viewport. The viewport is where you'll be doing a lot of your modeling, scene setting up, and all your visualization. On the left of that, we have our toolbar, or the tool panel. And the tool panel will have additional tools that will pop up, relevant to whatever tool you have activated in your viewport. Above the toolbar, we have the editor type, where you can change the editor type for specific tasks. On the right of that, we have our different modes. And right now we are in object mode, which is the default mode, edit mode, sculpt, vertex paint, weight, and texture. Then we have our view tab, where you can change the properties of our camera, of our viewport camera, and you can also render the viewport, render out an image or an animation. And then we have our select tab, where you can do different types of select within the viewport. You can select specific types of objects or select everything. And on the right of that, we have add, and this is where we can add objects into our viewport. And then finally we have object, and here is where you can edit certain properties of the selected object. Above that, we have our typical tabs that you see in every software: File, Edit, Render, Window, and Help. And then on the right of that, we have the Blender workflow tabs. And these are kind of like following the pipeline for 3D, where we have modeling, sculpting, UV editing, texturing, shading, animation, and rendering. And then there's also compositing and geometry nodes. And if you know how to script or code, you can do some scripting with Python and Blender. And at the end of the tabs, there's a little plus button. This little plus button allows you to create your own tab and customize the name for it. So let's go back to the Layout tab, which is the default tab. And now let's look below those tabs. Right here we have the transform orientations. So right now it's set to global. And just to give you some visual, if we select our cube here and zoom in, you'll see that the axes are pointing in the direction that the axes are on the grid. And if I move this, it's always going to remain pointing at the world, the global axis. And if I rotate this, you'll see it's still pointing at the global axis. But if I change the global axis to local, you'll see that it's following the orientation of our object instead of the global axis. So that's what the transform orientations does. And right next to that, we have different actions for our pivot. And the pivot point is the little orange dot. And that is the origin of this selected object. So whatever this pivot point is in the 3D space, that is going to be considered the origin of that selected object. And then on the right of that, we have our snapping modes. And we have different snapping modes where you can do incremental according to the space in the grids. You can do vertex, edge snapping, face projection, and the face nearest, volume, edge, center, and perpendicular. The snapping modes are really useful if you want to align things quick and efficiently. Just to give you an example, I have the snapping mode enabled and it is on incremental. So you'll see if I move this, you'll see it's snapping on each grid line. And then finally we have proportional editing objects. This allows us to proportionally edit surrounding elements. Just to give you a visual, if I go into edit mode and move the vertex here up, you'll see I am just moving that certain vertex or that selected vertex around. But if I enable proportional editing, you'll see that it's going to start affecting other areas depending on the size of your proportional editing sphere or circle. And then all the way on the right, the top right corner of our viewport here, we have visibilities. You can adjust the visibility of each object type. And then we have viewport gizmo visibility. You can change the visibility of your gizmo. The gizmo is the little manipulator that you'll see when you select an object. So these little controls are the manipulators, and this is what's called the gizmo. And you have different gizmos. You have moving, rotation, scale, And then this one is a gizmo that includes everything. And then on the right of that, we have our viewport overlays. And here you can adjust how the viewport looks and what is visible in the viewport. So you can adjust, you can change the visibility of your origins of your object. So if you uncheck that, you'll see that the little orange dot has disappeared. And then you'll also see that we have a little cursor in the center origin of our grid space. And if I disable that, that'll be hidden as well. And then like so for other objects or parameters. On the right of that, we have toggle X-ray. This is just to see through the objects. You'll want to use the X-ray if you're trying to select elements that are not visible to you on the screen. So if I click and drag and select, you'll see I selected all these vertexes, but if I rotate around, this one was not selected because it was hidden behind all these elements. So you actually do have to go into toggle view, and then you can select everything. And then on the right of those are just viewport shading modes. We have our wireframe, we have our grayscale, and then we have our viewport shading, where we can view how textures are looking and lighting. And then all the way on the right, we have the rendering mode. Right now it is set on the Eevee render engine. Eevee is one of Blender's newest engines, and it's more like a game engine that renders real time and is very useful for real-time visual development. And then there's also cycles, which is using path tracing. So let's go back to the grayscale mode. And all the way on the right panels, here we are looking at our outline. This is pretty much where the layering work is done. You can create new layers, organize your objects, and keep track of everything here. And then below that is the properties panel. This is where all the properties are going to be located regarding rendering, output formats, and output data, your scene properties, materials, vertex properties for your objects in the scene that's selected, constraints, physics, particles, and modifier and whatnot. And then on the bottom page we have our timeline. And the timeline is going to be where we utilize for animation. You can set your time frame or the amount of time that you want on your timeline or amount of frames. And you can also change the type of timeline. You can also work with different animation types, editor types, such as the dope sheet, graph editor, drivers, or nonlinear animation. So those are pretty much the features that are on the default layout. And like I said, you can customize Blender to your own preference. And you can do that by hovering over one of the corners of each panel. So if I hover over the corner of my viewport, whichever corner, you'll see the cursor turns into a little crosshair cursor. And that's indicating that I can now click on my left mouse button and hold, and then I can drag that panel whichever direction so I can split the screen. So I can split the screen vertically or I can split it horizontally. And I can create however many viewports I want just by repeating that process. To combine the panels, you simply hover over the borders between those two panels, whichever panel you are trying to combine. So say I want to combine these two, so I'd hover over the border between that, and then you'll see that the cursor will change into the double arrows. So I'll right click on that and then do join areas. So if I want to combine the bottom to the top, or combine the top to the bottom, then I would go down. If I want to combine or overlay the bottom to the top so that the bottom is covering this entire side, I would go up, and vice versa. And then the same process to join these two. Now you can move panels to different sides if you open up, if you split the panel in two and then change the editor type. So if I want to move my outline panel to the left side of my viewport, I simply hover over the left corner, top corner of the viewport, click my left mouse click, hold and drag, and then I can come up to the editor type and then select my outliner here. So now I have moved my outliner, or pretty much opened up my outliner on a different spot, and with this I have more space to work with and I can see a lot more compared to what I'm looking at on the right. So now that I have my outliner on the left, I can close this one by combining the bottom properties panel to the top. So if I hover over the border, right click, join areas, and then join to the top, you'll see that the properties panel will cover entirely on the right. So that's how you create new windows or new tabs and panels. And you can also open a new window, either a new main window or just a new window, by doing window, click window. And here you have a separate window you can work on instead of splitting your viewport. But with this new window, you are still able to split the viewport so you can have multiple screens at a time. And a useful case for this is something like this, opening the outliner on a much wider space so you can have more space to work with. And whenever you are doing texturing and material setups, it's good to have the shader editor right next to your viewport so we can see what's going on with the textures and the material as we are getting live feedback from the viewport. But you can also do the shading and texturing setup under the shading tab. So like I said, these tabs are designated towards specific tasks in the pipeline. So the shading tab will have the viewport in texture viewing mode or viewport shading. And you can set up your textures here and edit the material and see it all happening in real time in the viewport above. You can also change the color of Blender's UI by going to Edit, going to Preferences, and then going to 3D Viewport. Here you can change the colors of certain objects, how objects appear, how the selection outline appears, and the wireframe. So if I enable the wireframe here, you'll see that the wireframe is black, but you can change the color of the wireframe here. And then you have other parameters here that you can change, including the viewport. You can change the viewport color here as well. If you want the vignette to be different colors, you can change it here, like so. You also have presets that Blender comes with. If you don't want to go through and change all the colors yourself, there's presets that Blender comes with, such as the Blender Dark, which is it's already on, Blender Light, Deep Gray, Maya, for those Maya users, Minimal Dark, Moto, Print Friendly, and White. So these are some great presets if you want to try out a different look for Blender. But you have different tabs here that you can open up and adjust the colors yourself manually if you want. So that's pretty much the overview on how you can customize Blender's UI yourself and change the colors to your own preferences. Now let's go over some of the Blender hotkeys that you can utilize that allows you to work efficiently inside of Blender. So if we grab this cube, if you press G on your keyboard, you can start moving the cube in the 3D space. If you press R on your keyboard, you can rotate the object. And then S is to scale the object. So you have G to move, R to rotate, and S to scale. But you can constrain these transformations to a certain axis if you like. So if I press G to move and then press Y on the keyboard, I will constrain the movement on the Y axis. And you can switch the constraints on whichever axis if you press the corresponding letter on your keyboard. So Y for the Y axis, X for the X axis, Z for the Z axis. And you can do the same with rotation. Rotate on the X, rotate on the Y, and rotate on the Z. And scale. Scale on the X, scale on the Y, and scale on the Z. So those are your movement hotkeys. And now let's go over some of the UI hotkeys. So if you press T, that opens and closes this toolbar right here on the left side of your viewport. If you press N on your keyboard, that opens up the right panels. And the right panels will usually contain all the add-ons that you install into Blender. Add-ons are basically plugins, and there are a lot of add-ons for Blender, as Blender is an open source software. And there's a lot of add-ons that can help you work efficiently inside of Blender. You can jump in and out of edit mode if you press Tab on the keyboard with the object that is selected. Once you press Tab, you will enter edit mode for that selected object, and only that selected object. If you press Tab again, you will jump back to object mode. If you have multiple objects in the scene, and you have both the objects selected, and press Tab to go into edit mode, you'll go into edit mode for both of those objects. However, if you just have one of the objects selected and go into edit mode, you'll be in edit mode for just that object. So you won't be able to edit the other one. To change the transform orientation of the object, which is also up here, you can also click comma, press comma on the keyboard, and that'll bring up the different transform orientation types. And then right next to that is your transform pivot point. You can also change that quickly by pressing the period right next to the comma, and that'll bring up all the pivot types. You can enable the snapping mode by pressing Shift Tab, or you can also bring up the different snapping modes by pressing and hold Control, Shift, and then pressing Tab. And that brings up your different snapping modes. If you press Shift Tab again, that disables snapping mode. On the right of that is your proportional editing, and if you press the 0 or the circle key on your keyboard, that enables proportional editing. So we jump into edit mode by pressing Tab and select one of the vertexes here. And if we press circle on our keyboard, we can enable proportional editing, and then we can edit this proportionally. And to change the scale of the proportional edit size, you simply scroll your mouse wheel in to make it smaller, and then out to make it bigger. If I press the circle button again, that turns off proportional editing. You can assign your own custom hotkeys to any of the parameters in the UI layout. So if we hover over the viewport overlays and you go to wireframe, right click on the wireframe and press assign, we can assign our own hotkey to that. So I'm going to do Shift F. So now when I hover over the viewport and press Shift F on the keyboard, you can see that it enables wireframe in my viewport. And you can assign hotkeys to any of these parameters, any of these tools, and other properties as well, such as these. You can also add properties to what's called a favorites list. So if I right click on statistics and add to quick favorites, that property will be added to the quick favorites, and to access that you press Q on the keyboard and you'll see that your quick favorites menu will pop up, including what we added to the menu. So show statistics shows the specs of your scene and the selected object. To remove something from the quick favorites, you simply right click on that object or that property and then go to remove from quick favorites. And then you can also remove shortcut. If you have a custom hotkey assigned to a certain property, right click on it and then remove shortcut. But I'm going to assign hotkeys to some of these, as I like to use hotkey for these for visualization. The face orientation lets us know whether the normals are facing the correct direction or not. Blue indicates that they are facing the correct direction, But if it is red, that means that the normals are facing the wrong direction. To fix this, simply go into edit mode and then press A to select all and press shift and N. Again, that's shift and then press N on the keyboard. And that's how you fix a normal or a face facing the wrong direction. However, if that doesn't work for you, if you press and hold shift and N and that doesn't fix it, you can also do Alt and press N on the keyboard, and that'll bring up the normals menu, and you can flip that selected face. So to disable the select all, you can do Alt A, and then to select all, it's A. But I like to do this the way that Blender used to have it, where you can press A to select all and then A again to deselect. And you can enable that if you go to the Edit menu, go to Preferences, and then go to Key Map, and then do Select All Toggles. Enable this. And save Preferences, and then exit. Now if I go into Edit mode, and then press A to select all, you'll see it selects everything. But if I press A again, it deselects everything. It's just a quicker way for me to work, so I don't have to reach for a different button to execute a hotkey. So I'm going to assign a hotkey to my face orientation, and I'm going to do Control-Shift-F. So now if I do Control-Shift-F over my keyboard, over my viewport, you'll see that it disables the face orientation. You can also set up your own hotkeys if you go to the key map under Preferences, and whichever action you're trying to find, you can search it up and then assign a custom hotkey to that. Another thing to note is that whenever you are using a pen and tablet to do sculpting in Blender, it's a good idea to enable the Emulate 3 button mouse, which I'm going to do actually, because our pen doesn't really have a middle mouse click unless you assign that to the button on your pen's preferences window. But you can also enable Emulate 3 button mouse, which allows you to use Alt Control for navigation when you're using a pen. For an example, if I'm using a pen and the tip of the pen, whenever it touches the screen or the tablet, is the left click, I can use Alt to do my rotate when the left click is executed, and then I can hold down Alt and Control and then use the pen tablet to just tap on the tablet or the screen and move in and out to zoom. And then to pan, it's Alt Shift with the pen. Clicking it on the tablet or the screen, I can pan around the 3D space. So it's just a neat option to have if you don't have the ability to change the buttons on your pen, or if you don't have buttons on your pen. This is what you want so that you can use your pen and navigate into 3D space. You can also enable the maximum screen size of whichever panel you are hovering over with your mouse. So if I hover over the viewport and I want to maximize the screen size for this, panel, I'll do Control Space, and that'll maximize that panel. If I do Control Space again, it'll minimize it. And then you can also do a full screen of that panel if you hover over and do Control Alt Space. And you'll see that we don't have the UIs that we had when we just maximized, because this is just making the panel cover the entire screen, so it's a full screen. To exit out, just do the same hotkeys, Control Alt Space, and you can do the same with other panels as well. You can also change the view of your viewport to an orthographic view, so you can look at the front, side, top, and bottom. You can either do that by clicking on the little viewport gizmo here. So if I click on the Y, you'll see it'll snap to the orthographic view on the Y-axis, and then on the X, and then on the Z. You can quickly do this by using your numpad. If you have a numpad, you can press on 1 to do the front view, 3 to do the side view, 7 to do the top view. And then you can invert these views. So if you want to do a bottom view from the top view, you do 9, and that'll flip to a bottom view instead. And if you do a front view and then do 9 on your numpad, that'll flip to a back view, and then a side view, which is probably a right view or left. You can flip it by pressing 9 on that as well. And then if you press 5 on your keyboard or your numpad, that'll pop back to perspective, and vice versa. You can adjust which object you want to focus on by selecting on the object and then pressing the period key on your numpad. If you don't have a numpad, you can come up here to View and then Frame Selected. And again, you can always go to the Edit and Preferences page or window, and then go to Key Map, and then you can set your own custom hotkeys for these properties. Or you can right click on it and then change the hotkey yourself. To isolate an object, you select the object and then press the / on your numpad, and then you can press it again to go back into an isolated mode. Just to give you a visual, if I have multiple objects in the scene and I just want to focus on one, I'll select that object I want to isolate, press the / and it'll isolate that object. And you can tell when you are in isolation mode. If you look up to the top left of your viewport, top left corner, under these little buttons here, you'll see user perspective is local. That means that you are in isolation view. And if I press the / again, that'll exit out of local view. To delete an object, you can press delete on the keyboard, or you can press X and it'll bring up a delete menu, and you can press delete. X is a lot easier and accessible when my left hand is on the other hotkeys, so I tend to use the X hotkey more so than the delete key. Now let's go over some of the objects that are visible in the viewport, and then after that we can finally get started on our high poly sculpting for our character. So what we are looking at on the viewport are 3 objects. And these objects are actually what comes in the default view whenever you open up Blender for the first time. So here we have a light object. This is a sun object. And you can change the light type by going to the light properties. And then you can change the type up here. So we got area, spot, sun, and point light. This was actually on point light, so this is a point light. This is the sun light. And this here, as you might have guessed, is the camera. And we can hop into the camera view if you press the 0 key on your numpad. But if you don't have a numpad, you can also go to view, go to cameras, and then do active camera. If you have another camera in the scene, you can switch the active camera by selecting that other camera, holding Control on your keyboard, and pressing the 0 key on your numpad, and that'll hop over to the other camera. You can tell which camera is active when you look at the triangle on it. So this one is solid black. That means this is the active camera. If we look at the other camera, it's just outlines indicating that it's not active. You can also change the active camera if you go to the scene properties under camera settings. Click on that and you can switch the camera that's active here. To duplicate an object, you select an object and then you press Shift D to duplicate. Once you duplicate an object, it'll automatically go into move mode. And if you don't want to move this object, you can simply press on the right button on your mouse and that'll pop it into place. But if you are intending to move it and you just move it away, you can press the left button on your mouse to place it wherever you're hovering. So Shift D is to duplicate an object. And there's different ways to duplicate an object. The way we just did it is we made a completely separate data. So this object is its own object with its own data. And if I edit this object, it's only going to affect this object right here. But if you do Alt on your keyboard and then press D, you can duplicate that way too. The difference is that we actually created an instance when we did Alt and D versus Shift D. Instance objects are basically objects that share the same data as the duplicated object. So with this object being an instance duplicate of this object, if we edit this object, you'll see that the edit we do on this will occur on the other one, or the original object, and vice versa. So this is really useful if you have a scene with multiple objects that are exactly the same, and you decide to do an edit on one of them, and that'll update all the other objects that are instances of the one you edited. Creating an instance object versus Shift D, where you're duplicating an object, creating a completely separate data, also saves memory space in your scene. So if you have a very heavy scene with millions of objects, then you will want to consider using instances versus completely separate objects with their own separate data, because that can tend to slow down the scene and it'll hurt performance. Alright, so that's it for this one, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. So in the last video, we covered some of the basic navigations in Blender, and also went over the UI and how you can customize it to your own preferences. We also went over some view changes you can do to the viewport, the objects, hotkeys, and how to assign your own custom hotkeys. Now there's going to be more features that'll pop up as we progress. But for now, in this video, we're going to dive into the 3D high poly sculpting phase of our character. So to get started, I went ahead and reloaded a fresh new Blender to start up with. So as you see, we have the default layout. And the first thing I'm going to do is remove what's on the viewport, because we don't need these objects, or all of these anyways. And you can click and drag on the viewport to select everything, or you can just press A to select everything. You can also select objects individually at a time. If you select one object and press and hold Shift on your keyboard and then select. If you want to deselect an object, you can press and hold Control and Shift and then click on the object you want to deselect. Alright, so I'm going to remove these. So I'm going to select everything, press X, and then delete. And then I'm going to go to Add, and I'm going to drop in a sphere. So for our character, we're going to approach the base model development using spheres. So we'll use spheres to block out like the landmarks of the muscle anatomy. And then after everything is all put together, we're going to join everything so it becomes one mesh. So with the sphere in our scene, let's go ahead and hop over to the Sculpting tab. And now you'll see that we have Sculpting mode enabled. And these tabs, you can also access these different modes the same way through the mode options up here, or you can do Control Tab to bring up the pie menu for those options. You can also exit out of Sculpting mode by just pressing Tab, and that'll bring you into edit mode. And if you press the tab again, that'll bring you back to previous mode. Alright, so the first thing we're going to want to do for this is we're going to want to open our side panels if we press N on our keyboard, and then open up the Tools panel. So we'll be using these parameters here to adjust the effects of our brush. Some of the parameters are up here as well, and then it's also located on the Properties panel all the way on the right under Tools. But to make it easier, we can work with the one that's hovering over our viewport. The next thing we want to do is we're going to enable our symmetry modes. So if we look up to the top right of our viewport, under the overlays, we have some parameters for sculpting. So we can enable the X symmetry mode. And if we now hover over our object in the scene, you'll see that we have two dots indicating that we are in symmetry modes. So whatever I do on one side will take effect on the other. The next thing we're going to want to enable is what's called DIN Topo. That's short for Dynamic Topology. And what Dynamic Topology does is it's going to allow the object to generate new faces across the surface as we are sculpting. To give you a visual, if I enable my wireframe, you can see that our wireframe is pretty low resolution right now. But if I use one of the brushes, like the snake hook, and start pulling surfaces around, you'll see that it recalculates those faces and adds more topology. So just so we have more resolution to work with. And this is really useful, especially when we are building up our rough base for our character. And you can also add more resolution to the Dynamesh or the dynamic topology. Dynamesh is actually the term that's used for another sculpting software called ZBrush. But we can adjust the resolution for our dynamic topology if we open up the Din Topo tab. And then where it says detail size, the default is set at 12 pixels. The lower we go, the more resolution it's going to add. So if I change that to 9 pixels and start sculpting on the surface, you'll see that it starts adding more topology on the surface, increasing the resolution. And you'll want to use this when you are sculpting more refined details on your model. So I'm gonna set up some hotkeys on my brushes so I can use hotkeys to work a little more efficiently. So if you remember, to set up hotkeys, you simply right click on the button and then do assign shortcut. And I'm gonna assign this one the 1 key. So that was the draw. My next brush that I really like to use is the clay strips. So I'm gonna assign clay strips to number 2. And then I'm gonna assign the snake hook to number 3, and the crease brush to number 4, and then the flatten brush to number 5, and let's see, I think I also want the pinch brush. I'm going to assign pinch to number 6. And I'm going to also assign inflate. Let's see, what is, okay, so the shortcut for this is already I. So we press I on our keyboard, that'll go to inflate brush. So now that I have my hotkeys set up for my brushes, I can go ahead and start pulling the surfaces around to get the overall shape that I'm trying to achieve. And just for the beginning stages, I don't need a lot of resolution to work with. I typically increase the resolution once I start sculpting in the more finer details or working on primary details. So I'm going to set the detail size back to 12. And then I'm also going to go to my viewport, and I'm going to assign the wireframe hotkey, Shift F. And then I'm going to assign the face orientation to Control Shift F. And we can save our hotkeys and our own custom UI setup if you go to File and then do Defaults and do Save Startup File. And then when you do that, that'll save your custom UI setup and your own hotkeys, so that whenever you open Blender, you'll still have everything that you had set up. So another thing I like to do is I like to set up my shading for the viewport to matte cap and use these shadings instead of using the studio materials or the studio shading. It's going to be on studio by default, but I like to sculpt in the matte cap shadings. And they have different shading modes that you can pick from. So another thing I realized was that our hotkey for our wireframe is not going to work in sculpting mode because the hotkey for the wireframe we had set is actually to increase or decrease the strength of the brush. So Shift F is to increase or decrease the strength of the brush, and then F is to increase the size of the brush or decrease. So what we can do is we can, instead of using hotkey, we can right click on our wireframe, and then we can add it to our quick favorites. That way we can enable it or disable it quickly while we're working on our viewport. So if I press on Q on the keyboard, you'll see that our wireframe option is added to the quick favorites. Alright, so let's get started on building up our rough poly character. So I'm going to drag my references into my viewport here so I can see it. And I'm just going to zoom into the concept that I had done, just so I can have some references to look at. And I'm going to start blocking out, or start pulling some areas around to get the shape of the head, and then I'm going to work my way down from the head down to the feet. So navigation in sculpting mode is the same as navigating in the layout tab or in any other mode. So Shift middle mouse click to pan, Shift middle mouse click, or Control middle mouse click to zoom in and out, and then middle mouse click to rotate around. Alright, so I'm gonna press G on my keyboard, and that'll switch to the grab brush, and I'm gonna start pulling the surface around. So in Blender we can quickly block out the shape of our character's head just to get the base form down, and it doesn't need to be perfect at this stage. We just want to start getting our base mesh all blocked out, and then we'll start working on the primary details and adding a little more noticeable features. So like I mentioned, we're going to be building up our character using spheres. So this is only the head. To add the rest, we're going to use other spheres to kind of block it in. I'm going to use my clay strips brush. Remember, I set the hotkey for that to be 2 on the keyboard. And if you hold Control on your keyboard and then Sculpt on your mesh, that'll invert the function of that brush. So normally the clay strips would build up strips of clay on the surface of your mesh, but if you hold Control, that'll cut inwards instead. So here I'm just building out the general look for the head. And when I'm starting out with the head, I'm usually just building out like a basic skeletal structure of the face before I start adding any primary details on it. So you can see I carved out the eye sockets, and then I carved up the cheekbones, and then pushing in the cheeks a little bit. And then after we have established the landmarks of our bone structures for the face, we're gonna go back in and start adding some fat on the face. So I'm gonna change my size, my resolution for the DIN topo to maybe 10, because it is pretty pixelated. So I want a little more topology to work with. And when you're sculpting, you're gonna get into the habit of constantly rotating around your viewport, and it's a completely normal thing to do when you're working in 3D because it's 3D, right? And we're gonna want to constantly check on the shapes and forms on all sides. Make sure everything is looking proportional or everything is flowing well. And if you're not familiar with the bone structure of the face, you can definitely go and grab some references. So you can pause this video, go grab some references of skulls, and build up your reference board. But remember, we're doing a stylized character, so it doesn't need to be super accurate anatomy-wise. With this character, we can cheat a little bit and make things a little more stylized. But it depends. It really depends on what kind of character you're doing and what what the purpose of the, what the purpose is. If you are trying to develop a character for like a AAA game or something for like medical, obviously you're gonna wanna, or they're probably going to want things to be more accurate anatomically. But it's a good practice to get into when you are starting out. And then once you've developed that mental library of anatomy, then you can start then you won't have any issues stylizing things a little more, because it's all about the fundamentals, right? It's all about the fundamentals, and once you get that down, you'll be able to kind of make it your own. So you can see I'm starting to get somewhat of a face going here, and the head is starting to come together, and we are getting pretty close to moving forward to adding the eyes, dropping the eyes in, maybe adding ears. And we're gonna also want to have the mouth open a little bit too. But we can do that after we had retopologized our mesh, because at first we're just going to keep the lips closed, and then when we start rebuilding the topology to build our cleaner mesh on top of our high poly sculpture, then we'll start building it up to be more of a functional model versus just a high poly sculpture. So when I say functional, I mean that it is going to be animation friendly, and it's going to be a lot easier to work with because it's more optimized. Alright, well, that's it for this video. In the next video, we're going to continue building up our face, and then we'll probably jump into adding our eyes and adding the ears, and then we'll move on from there. Alright, see you guys then. Hey guys, so in this video we're going to start adding the eyes and the ears, and then we're going to start building up the ears and adding some of the fat over the skeleton structure of our face, and continue from there. Alright, so to add the eyes, we're going to want to add another sphere object, and then we're going to want to mirror it on the other side. So to do that, we're going to hop on over to object mode. So if you press Control Tab on your keyboard and then go to object mode, we can then add extra objects in our scene. So if I press Shift A on the keyboard, I can open the add menu. Then I'm going to select a UV sphere. And for this, I'm just going to move this out. Remember, G is to move. And then if you want to constrain it to a certain axis, just press on whichever letter corresponds with that axis. So I'm going to move this out here and scale this down. Actually, first I'm going to turn on wireframe so we can look at the wireframe. So typically when we are making eyes, we use a sphere, and typically the top part or the center where all the edges meet, so like right here, this would be like the area where the iris would be located. So this would actually be facing forward instead of facing up. So to rotate this, we're going to press R on our keyboard and then press X to constrain it to the X-axis. And on my numpad, I'm just going to press 90 for 90 degrees and press enter there. So now we have our object rotated, and we have the pole where all the edges meet facing front. So now let's scale this down. And I can go back to, I can hide the wireframe again. And I'm just going to move this in the eye socket right here and just place it along the eye socket there. And can make this a little smaller maybe. So we're going to be sculpting on our head mesh here. We're going to sculpt out the eyelids and cover the eyeball here. There's another way we can also create the eyelids by extracting the faces from a mask selection on the eyeball and then creating a shell around the eyeball to get our eyelids. And I'll demonstrate that when we get back into our sculpting mode. So to duplicate this over on the other side, we can either just simply press Shift D to duplicate it over, but I want it to be exactly on the opposite side and the same distance in terms of measurement from the center point. So to duplicate this, we're going to need to do a couple things first to mirror this over. So first I'm going to go and enable my, actually I'm going to hop on over to the layout tab, and I'm going to move my references here just so we can see what's going on and have a full view. So when I said the center of the grid, I mean the origin, where the cursor is located, that is where the center of the grid is going to be. So we want to mirror this over to the opposite side. And if we go to modifiers and then add a mirror modifier, you'll notice that nothing really happens. And the reason is because the mirrored object is sitting right on top of the mirrored object. So we actually have two objects sitting right on top of each other over here. So to get the mirror object to pop over to the other side, we need to set our origin, which is this little orange dot of this sphere object, and set it to the center of the grid. So to do that, we're going to use the cursor, and wherever the cursor is placed, we can place our origin on where the cursor is. And so to do that, with the cursor already in the center, we can go ahead and just set the origin to the cursor. But just to show you, if you want to set the cursor in the origin of the grid, you press Shift and S on your keyboard, and you'll get your pie menu for all your cursor actions. And then if we look at the bottom left here, we have cursor to world origin, and that'll set the cursor on the center of our grid here. So now let's set the origin of our sphere right where this cursor is located. So I'm gonna have my sphere selected, go to object, go to set origin, and then do origin to 3D cursor. And right there, when you saw the origin pop over to the 3D cursor, we now have our sphere mirrored over to the other eye socket. And it's in perfect measurement in terms of the opposite side from the center point of our grid. So now we have our eyes in, and let's add in another sphere. And we're going to be sculpting different meshes to create our different areas of our head. And then we'll combine the ear to the head afterwards. So let's press Shift A and then go to Mesh and then add another sphere. And we can scale this down. Remember, S is for scale on the keyboard. Scale this down and we can just place that over there. We can also add another mirror modifier to this one as well. And I'll show you a little trick. Instead of going to modifier again and then doing mirror, we can also do, if another object has the modifier we're looking for, you can select your object and then select the object with the modifier and then press Control L, and that'll bring up this menu called Link and Transfer Data, and you can do copy modifiers. And when you copy modifiers, you'll see that our object here now has the modifier mirror. But we're getting the same issue as we did with the eyes. So we're going to need to set the origin to the center of the grid. So let's go back up to Object and then do Transfer, or actually Set Origin, and then Origin to 3D Cursor. So now we have our ear, mesh, and our eyes all set up there. So we can actually hop back into sculpt mode and then start sculpting our ear out and creating that elf, that long elf ear that we're trying to achieve. We can either collapse the modifier here, or we can keep the modifier and just worry about one side while we're sculpting instead of using symmetry. But just for consistency, I'm just gonna collapse this modifier. For the eyes, it's alright, I'm gonna leave it alone because we're not gonna be doing any sculpting with the eyes. We're just gonna be sculpting around on everything else. So I'm gonna select the ear and I'm gonna go back to my sculpting tab. And you'll notice that now with the ear selected, I am sculpting the ears. But we're going to need to make sure we enable our settings that we did for the head as well. So let's undo that. And let's hop back in sculpt mode. Then let's enable the X symmetry, enable thin topo. And I can leave it at 9 pixels for the resolution, that's fine. So I'm going to use my snake hook brush and I'm going to start pulling this out. So the snake hook brush is kind of like the move brush, except it's whenever you have thin topo enabled, the snake hook brush actually activates that dynamic topology to take in effect. Versus if you're just using the grab brush and moving the surface of the mesh around, it won't update the topology of the mesh. Just to give you a visual, if I enable my wireframe and then use my snake hook, you'll see when I move certain areas of the ear, the topology is updating in real time. But if I use my grab brush, you'll see that it's not updating. So there's benefits to this. If we're satisfied with the resolution of a certain area, we can use the move brush or the grab brush to move the surface around without affecting the topology. So let's pull out our ear here and ear here. and then we'll just sculpt out our ear, just trying to get that basic form down. And the The resolution right now is actually pretty low. So I'm gonna set this to like 7. And let's just see how that looks. Okay, I think that's good enough for now. So if I start smoothing this out, oh, and to smooth surfaces out, if you hold shift on your keyboard and then start sculpting, you'll shift enables the smoothing brush. So whenever you're holding shift down, you'll be in smoothing mode. And that works for pretty much any of the brushes that we have available, or whichever brush that is active. All right, so I'm going to jump over to my clay buildup brush, or my clay strips, and I'm going to start sculpting out some basic landmarks. And again, ear is one of those things where I tend to find myself having to go back and look references for. So by all means, if you're not sure what the ear looks like anatomically, please pause the video and go find some references, and then you can come back and resume and then continue. But this isn't going to be perfect. We're just creating a very rough base. So I want to start adding or sculpting around my ear on the head model now. So we can select our head model a couple ways, because if you've noticed, we're sculpting on the ear and we're not affecting the head model because we only have the ear mesh selected and the ear mesh is separated from the head model. So with the ear mesh selected and we go into sculpt mode, we're only going to be affecting the ear mesh. So if we want to select the head mesh, we can either hop back into object mode and then select the head mesh, or we can go back to the ear, go back into sculpt mode. We can also select the head mesh on the outliner here. So this is a good segue to talk about the importance of naming your objects. So you want to try to stay organized in your outliner. Sometimes I'll tend to find myself forgetting to name things, but it's always important to keep your outliner as organized as you can so that you can keep track of what everything is. So I'm going to name that ear. I'm going to select the head. I'm going to name this head. I'm going to select the eyes, and I'm going to name these eyes. All right, so let's go back to the ear, select the ear, and then let's go back to sculpt mode, Control Tab. And now, going back to selecting another object while you're in sculpting mode. To do that, you can simply go over to your outliner, and you'll see a little sculpt tool right next to the layer that's selected or that's active. So if we want to sculpt on the head instead, we simply click on this little white dot that's on the left of the layer. So if we select this little white dot, the sculpt mode will switch to the head, and now we can sculpt on the head. But whenever you exit one object and go into another object, you'll notice that the DIN topo, or the dynamic topology, disables. And that's because we're jumping over to a new object and we're going to have to re-enable the dynamic topology there. We can also set this to our favorite quick favorites, or we can assign the hotkey to it. Looks like the hotkey for this right now is Control D. So we can simply press Control D on our keyboard, and that'll enable DIN topo, and we can start sculpting again. So with the ears, on the face, the side of the face, there's this little extruded skin on your ear, right next to your ear anyways. And yeah, we're gonna add that here, and we're trying to get the ear to kind of blend in. So with this little extrusion here, we're gonna sculpt the ear around to kind of circle back, because it goes around here and kind of circles back and passes by this little section here. Alright, so now I think we are at a good point to join the ear to the head. So to join the ear and the head together and make it one mesh, let's select our head, and actually let's select the ear, and then let's go to the modifiers, and then let's do a Boolean, and we're going to do union. And just to give you a visual, if I pressed Shift Z on my keyboard, that goes into a wireframe see-through mode. And if you go back to your Boolean modifier and then click on this little eyedropper next to the object parameter, and then we select our head mesh, you'll see that it joins that together, and the ear topology becomes part of the head topology. So you don't see any other meshes passing through the head anymore, because now it's all one piece. So if I pressed Shift Z on my keyboard again, I can come back to the shading view, and now that we have these joined together, I will collapse my Boolean. So if I go here and do apply or do Control A, that'll collapse it. And you'll notice that after the Boolean modifier applied, we still have our ed mesh, and it just leaves a copy of whatever object we've selected in our Boolean. So we don't really need this head mesh anymore, but we can also keep this head mesh on the side as like a template, or if we need to come back and edit the head of our character. So I'm just gonna add this head layer into a template layer and hide that layer. So to add a layer in our outliner, select the model or the mesh that we want to move, press M on your keyboard and do new layer, and then we'll call this template. Press OK or enter, and you'll see that we have a new folder here, or a new bin called template, and now our head model is in that bin or that layer. And now we can click on this eye on the template to hide that layer. And also, if you're ever doing any rendering, you want to make sure that whatever object that's supposed to be hidden in the render has the camera visibility turned off as well. Otherwise, if you have this camera turned on but the mesh in the viewport is hidden, it's still going to show up in the render. So we can disable that. And now we can move back to our ear. Let's rename this to head, because now it's just the head. And now we can hop back into sculpt mode and continue to sculpt our character's head here. Alright, so I think that's a good stopping point for this video. In the next video, we'll continue on building up the very rough high poly model for our character. Alright, see you guys then. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our head and the ears are connected, in this video we're gonna try to finish off the head and top it off with adding some of that flesh and covering up some of the gaunt looking cheekbones, and then we'll start adding more objects to build up the torso. Alright, so let's continue. So I've been kind of getting annoyed by the zooming, so I'm actually going to invert the zoom, and you can invert the camera actions if you go to edit and do preferences. And then we're going to do navigation. And then under the zoom, where it says invert zoom direction, we'll do enable the invert zoom direction at the mouse. And we'll save that. And now if I exit, and there we go. Now my zoom is behaving the way that I want it to. All right, so now we can start sculpting around the ear just to kind of flesh things out and make things transition a little better, because it is pretty harsh looking where they're connecting. And that's just because that's where they had connected and the topology had cut some edges to connect these together. So let's press Ctrl D on our keyboard to enable Topo, dynamic topology. And we still have it at 7 pixels, which is okay. And I'm going to start sculpting just to recalculate those faces or the sharp edges here, so we can smooth things out a bit more. And now I'm going to start refining the eyebrows a little bit, and then start adding the eyelids as well. So for the eyelids, I'm going to actually go to my eyes and create a mask that I can then extract as a shell from my eyes to create the eyelids. So to do that, I'm going to select my eyes. So we go to our outliner and click on the little white dot next to eyes. We have selected the eyes, and I'll just enable the X symmetry. And if I hold Control Shift and then start drawing, you'll see that I have the lasso tool enabled or activated. And that's used to mask areas out. But it's looking pretty low res, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo that, go to my modifiers, add subdivisions, and we're just going to add some more resolution to our eye mesh. And now I'm going to collapse the subdivisions, because we actually need to sort of embed the subdivision modifier so that it's actually subdivided, or that the resolutions are true. So I'm going to hover over my subdivision, and I'm going to hold Control and press A on the keyboard, and that collapses the modifier. So now I'm going to hold Control space again, and then create my mask. So the way we extract this mask shape from the mesh here and create a shell out of it is by going to mask and then do mask extract. And then it'll give us a little menu where we can specify how thick we want it to be. So I'm going to try the default. And after we extracted our mesh here, you'll see that we now have a mesh selected, and we also have a modifier, which is actually a solidify modifier. And the solidify modifier basically gives a plane or a one-sided face thickness. So if we adjust the thickness here, you can see that now we have an eyelid formed. And we can do the same procedure for the bottom eyelid. If we go into edit mode or the sculpt mode for the eyes, and then hold Control Shift again and mask the bottom portion. Actually, I think we still have our mask on the top eyelid or the top eye. So to make sure that we have mask cleared, press and hold A, and you'll get the pie menu for all the mask actions. Now let's do clear mask. So now let's hold Control and Shift again, and then let's mask the bottom. Hold on. Alright, so we have the eyes selected. So to create the other eyelids, the bottom one, we're actually going to need to collapse our modifier here, or apply the modifier, because for some reason it has inverted it. So if I go to my modifier and collapse it, and it's okay if we collapse the modifier, and the way things are looking now, it's fine. I'm not worried about it, because we will have to rebuild these things to create our lower topology mesh that's more animation friendly. So now that we have our modifier for the mirror collapsed, let's go back into sculpt mode with our eyes selected. And now now we see that the mask is actually there. It just wasn't showing up with our mirror modifier activated. So let's press A to open our pie menu for mask actions. And then let's do clear mask. And we're going to want to create a new mask at the bottom so that we can extract the bottom eyelid. So if I hold Control Shift A, or Control Shift and then draw, I can create that mask selection. And I'm going to go to masks and extract again. So you'll see this time it added it created the eyelid on both sides because we had symmetry enabled. So if we want, we can also redo the top one, or we can just mirror this to the other side. So I'm actually just going to redo this one. So I'm going to select my eye, go back into sculpt mode, and press A, clear mask, and then Control Shift, and I can draw out my mask. And then I'm going to do mask and mask extract again. So now we can adjust the top eyelids, and now we have both the top eyelids and the bottom eyelids. And another little trick to know is that whenever you're adjusting values on a slider parameter, if you need a little more control with that, if you hold Shift, you can have a little more steadiness with the change in value. But if you let go and drag, you'll see it's a little more sporadic. So let's hold Shift and set the thickness of our eyelid. So now we have our eyelids, and let's go ahead and collapse these as well. So Control A over the modifier, select the bottom ones, and Control A again. So now we have our eyelids on our around our eyes, and we can join these together to the head mesh. But before I'm going to do that, I want to let's go ahead and join the eyelids to the head mesh. So I'm going to select the eyelids, and then with the eyelids selected, I'll press Control J to combine the objects. And doing it this way, it just combines two objects together. They're still two meshes, but they're under the same data. So now I can select my head mesh, and then I can go to modifier, add a boolean, then do union again, and then we'll click on the eyedropper here and select our eyelash or our eyelids. And now we have our eyelids combined. If we do Control, or if we do Shift Z on the keyboard, we can view how it's connected together. And it might be easier when we actually collapse it. So now if I do Control A over my modifier, and then I isolate this object by pressing the / on your numpad. We can isolate that object, and I'm going to press Shift Z to view the model, and now it's connected. So that's looking pretty good. Yeah, that's looking how I want it to look. It's looking correct. And now we can go into, we can go back out of the isolated mode, and then we can go back in sculpting mode with our head selected. So the eyelids are actually still there. Remember, it's the same case as the head, where when we joined the head and the ears together, it left a duplicate of the original head model. It's the same case with the eyelids. So we can just drag our eyelids here to the template. And then we can go back to our head model and go into sculpt mode. So you'll see that the color is different on the eyelids and the head. So the reason is because the eyelids were a separate model and they were joined, they were combined together with a Boolean. So since it was a separate object, it contained its own what's called polygroups. And you can actually paint your own custom polygroups with the draw face sets. And if I select that and draw on my mesh, you'll see that it's selecting different faces and putting those under one group. This can be very useful if you are trying to color code things, or maybe create face sets where you can mask easier, or maybe isolate certain areas. So it's a useful tool to have in the brushes. So I'm going to use my clay strips, and I'm going to press Control D to enable dynamic topology. And when I enable dynamic topology, you'll see that the polygroups disappeared on the eyelids, and then everything became one polygroup. That's because it's recalculating the faces. And when it recalculated the faces, it recalculated everything as one mesh or one polygroup. So I'm just going to flesh out the hard edges between my eye sockets and the eyelids. And the reason why I build the eyelids up like this is because later on, after we had retopologized this, we will move the eyebrows down to create that skin overlay on top of the eyelid. So this is a good approach if you want to have more realism, so that the eyelids are actually, or the eyebrow is actually sitting on top of the skin and not just joined together. So I'm going to smooth out the eyelids a little bit here. And remember, don't worry about things being perfect at this stage. We're just trying to get our base mesh down. I'm going to use the inflate brush to inflate the eyelashes a little bit to give it more thickness. And if we open the quick favorites and turn on our wireframe, we can see where needs more work. And the bottom eyelid here is still a little too thin, but it's also getting pretty rigid on the surface, along the surface here. So I'm gonna change my detail size, my resolution to maybe just going down to 6, and then let's recalculate those. So typically in areas that are pretty tight spot, or certain areas of the mesh that are thin, like the eyelashes here, you want more geometry or more topology to work with. Because the less topology we have, if we smooth this out, everything's just gonna get really thin and janky looking. So we turn off wireframe, go back to the shading view. It looks like we got our eyelashes are a little better, or our eyelids, not eyelashes. And I'm just doing some tweaking to get it to look how I want it to look. And the eyes right now are looking a bit big, but that's okay. Sometimes I have to remind myself that this is a fantasy character, and we can always make the fantasy character more realistic, but for the purpose of this course and the audience it's intended for, I want to keep it a little more free and less constraint in terms of realism. So that's a good spot for our eyelids actually. Let's actually add our nose now. The nose has been flat for a few videos, so let's go ahead and add our nose. So for the nose, we don't really need to add an extra object, and we can just sculpt the nose out from the head mesh. You can even pull it out really. Give it some thickness. And you want to be careful. You want to be careful with dynamic topology, especially if you have areas that have more topology than the surrounding areas, like the eyelids here. So the eyelids, if we turn on our wireframe, are a little more dense than everywhere else because these are thin pieces, and we need more topology to work with those thin pieces. But everywhere else is pretty low res still. And you want to be careful with the dynamic topology because you can accidentally override the density of those specific areas, and then it'll basically mess everything up over here. So we want to try to avoid that. But we can also start adding a little more resolution to the rest of the face as well. Alright, so now that we have our nose, the base of our nose blocked out, we can start going ahead and thinking about how to add our torso here. And to add the torso, we're pretty much going to be doing the same procedure as we have been doing, like for the ears and the eyelids. We're going to hop back into object mode and then add another sphere, and then we'll sculpt it out. And then that's basically the kind of logic that we're going to be following to build out the rest of our character. Alright, so I think that's a good spot to stop for this video. So in the next video, we will pick up from where we left off. Alright, I'll see you guys then. Hey guys, welcome back. So now let's go ahead and we're going to start building up the torso. And to build up the torso, we're going to add the other objects that we need. So let's go in and hop back in the object mode. So if we do Control Tab, go to object mode. Let's do Shift A, and then I'm going to add a sphere. And I'm just going to position this. So whenever you are working on the lower or the other areas of the body, like the neck, and adding the torso, you want to make sure that the object is still within the center of the origin, and you want to make sure it's this way because when we activate our symmetry mode, if it's centered, we don't have to worry about the symmetry being off like this. So we just want to make sure that the object is centered. Alright, so here I am building out the neck. And it's a pretty easy workflow to follow. And we'll just be going over and building up the rest of the body using spheres. Like this. And whenever I am building out a torso or an anatomy sculpt, I like to use the spheres to kind of block out the landmarks of my muscles, and then I'll start sculpting on top and adding some flesh on top. So there's my neck. I'm gonna add another sphere, and this is going to be the torso. So let's hop back into sculpt mode and then enable the X symmetry. And then let's continue to pull areas around just so we can get our torso all shaped out. So remember, this guy is going to be pretty muscular, so we're going to give him broad shoulders. And actually, the neck could be a little wider too. So you can see as I am pulling areas around, the faces are getting stretched. So we can fix that by using our dynamic topology. And whenever you're working on the torso, and you're starting out, it's good practice to, especially if you're working on a laptop with specs that aren't as good as computer specs. But if you're working on a laptop, it's good practice to work on a lower resolution for the torso, and then anywhere that's small areas smaller areas like the hands or the fingers, then you can start increasing the resolution. But I'm gonna enable dynamic retopology, so I'm gonna do Control D on my keyboard, and I'm gonna use my snake hook brush to pull areas around. And I'm actually gonna set the detail size back to 12. So I can keep things pretty low res to start with. So this is basically the idea of the high poly sculpting phase. So we are just trying to block out the basic form of our character. And then once we have the basic form down, we can start thinking about adding some primary details, and then maybe going over the face and adding a little more flesh and refine the face a little further. But for now, I just want to get all the parts of the body all set up here. So for the arms, I can place the sphere here and then work on one arm. And then once I'm done with this arm, I will mirror it to the other side. So here's an example where I like to build the base based on anatomy landmarks or muscle landmarks. So I'll have like a rough sculpt of like the shoulder, and then I'll go ahead and add another sphere and place it below that. Jump back and jump in edit mode. And then this will be the bicep or the arm, just continued. So basically like this is basically the thought process behind how I go about developing the base model for anatomy. And it depends on the style we're trying to go for as well. If it's going to be something more realistic, I can also approach it a little more realistically, where I have all the muscle groups or individual muscle pieces. And then enable dynamic topology. And I'm going to set the detail size to maybe 8. It's a little too low res. And here I can really just pull the forearm out and create it that way. Or I can just go back and add another sphere. But I think for this I'm just going to pull this out. And then I can use my inflate brush to give the forearm some volume. And if it's too much, you can use the smooth brush by holding shift and then brushing or sculpting, and that'll smooth the surface, which usually causes it to slim down a little bit, especially if it's lower resolution or low topology. So for the hands, I'm actually going to go back in object mode again, add in another sphere, and then I'll start setting up my hand here. So whenever you are building out a base model, you want to there's two ways you can do it. You can have the base model standing in a T-pose where the arms are horizontal, more so horizontal. But this pose that I'm doing is called an A pose, and the A pose is okay as well. But we can also go back in object mode, grab these, and then we can press 1 on our numpad to go to the front orthographic, and then just rotate this up so that it's more of a T-pose. So this is fine. I'll go back to sculpt mode and then continue blocking out the hand. And now we can add more spheres to block out the fingers here. We can also scale this so that we can just place the objects around instead of going into sculpt mode and reshaping it. So if we press S on the keyboard and then Y on the Y axis, we can scale it this way. And then we can tweak it a little more and then start placing it on our hand. So this one is going to be the thumb. So let's try to, when you're creating the hands, you want to try to give it a little separation. So I'm going to duplicate this, and this is going to be the end of the thumb. And then I can continue doing the same process for the other fingers. If you decide you want to scale this a little, make it a little longer or add more length to it, you can do that by changing the transform orientation mode to local. So if we go to local, you can also access that by pressing comma on your keyboard. So let's select local. And now if I press R for rotate and then X, you'll see that the axis is following the orientation of our object. So we can scale this way. So this is a good way to quickly build up the fingers. And then after you get one finger down, you can simply take that one and then duplicate it around. Alright, so now I'm going to change the transform orientation back to global. And I'm just going to tweak the positioning of the fingers. Alright, so that looks ready to join all together. So we can join everything by going to selecting the hand, and then we can, so we're going to have to do the Boolean for each of these objects. And we can also, there's also add-ons that we can use to speed up this process. But for the sake of demonstration and getting more familiar with the UI, we're going to try to stick with the manual labor of this. So we're going to select the hand and then go to add modifier, and we're going to do Boolean again and do union, and then we'll select one of the fingers for the pinky, and we can also add more Booleans to keep on doing that. So if you hover over the modifiers, whichever one you're hovering over, if you press A over the modifier, that'll close that modifier tab. So now we have some more space we can look at. And I'm just gonna continue on adding the other fingers. So the work can be tedious sometimes, but sometimes you just gotta do the work. And the more you do it, the faster you'll get at it. And of course, if you're familiar with coding, you can also automate this process so a script does everything for you. And Blender is really Python heavy, or Python driven, I should probably say. So you can really create some powerful tools to help speed up your workflow. Alright, so now that we have our hands all joined together with Boolean union, I'm going to start collapsing each of these. And remember, the Boolean will leave the original objects still in the scene. So for the fingers, we can go ahead and just remove or delete all of that. So an easy way to select all the finger objects is we can click outside on the viewport and drag, select everything, and then we'll press B on the keyboard to enable box select, hold shift on the keyboard, and then select everything that you want to deselect. So now that we deselected the hands and the arm, we only have our finger objects selected. So we can move these out, and I'm just gonna delete these because I don't really need them. But you can always put that under your template as well for whatever purpose you're intending it for in the future. So if we go into wireframe mode, pressing Shift Z on the keyboard, we can see that now everything is connected. And now we go into sculpting mode, we can enable dynamic topology and start sculpting and smoothing out some of the hard edges here. But let's actually join the arms and the hands together as well. So I'm going to select the arm, add a Boolean, and then I'm going to select my shoulder, add another Boolean, go to union, select my hand, and then I'm going to collapse these. So now we have the arm all joined together, and let's name this arm left on the, or just arm actually, because it's gonna be mirrored to the other side, but everything's gonna be one object in the future anyway. So let's name that arm, and then let's select our objects we don't need anymore, and we can delete those. So let's name the torso for now. Just name it torso, and then name this neck. Neck. Well, we're gonna add the neck to the torso, so let's just do that quick. So I'm gonna do Boolean, union, select my neck, and Control A to collapse. Alright, so now I can select my neck and delete that. Alright, so now we have our torso and the neck, the arm for on the left arm all built, the base anyways. So this is a good point to stop this part of the video. And in the next video, we're going to start meshing out the arm and start refining the hands a little bit. And then we'll start carving some details on the, or like very base details on the torso. All right, well, I'll see you guys in the next one.
Hi there! Congratulations on completing this free 4-hour Blender Character Creation Basics course. It's a pretty great achievement, and I hope that you have enjoyed it. You are now ready to get started on designing characters on your own. If you would like to uncover all the hidden tips and tricks of working with Blender and creating 3D characters for games and animation, head over to skillademia.com. The beginner to advanced course consists of many more hours of explanations, exercises, and projects, which will turn you into a pro in no time. You'll be able to learn more about the 3D production pipeline for game-ready characters. You'll even learn the different schools of thought for 3D development, such as 3D polygonal modeling, 3D sculpting, and more. Finally, you'll practice the industry standard tools used in production, so that you can stay informed and keep an open mind to learn new tools for your development workflow. So if this sounds like the course for you, go check it out. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon.